Holy shit, guys! Howling Neko, thank you very much for the raid! Welcome here to the Neodash Zerox stream. Today we are not going to talk about about J-core, but we are definitely going to talk about the history of hardcore. So yeah, I need to finish up some stuff right now, so we're gonna start in 2 minutes. So please bear with me. Enjoy with some house classics. And I have done a lot of research, so this is going to be an awesome show. So if you really like the history of hardcore and happy hardcore that you know, stick around, because this is going to be a ride into memory lane. Hello everybody, welcome to the... Normally I want to say welcome to J-core Live, as today we are not doing J-core Live, but we are going to have a show, and it's a show that I really want to do already since, I don't know, since a year. Okay, what kind of show am I going to do today? Today I am going to talk about hardcore. And what is hardcore? Yeah, hardcore music, digital hardcore techno. Most of you guys probably have heard it by now. It's a lot of boom boom music. Also, to most of you guys out there, you probably know of J-core and happy hardcore. We are not going to talk about these two styles today, but we are going to talk about where did they come from. What we are going to do today is we are going to talk about the history of hardcore in general. So we are going to talk about the era from 1988 until the 2000s. So this is the rise and fall of hardcore. So first of all, I want to thank Howling Neko for the raid party. Really awesome for you to raid us. If you haven't done so yet, go over to Howling Neko and follow his stream. Also, if you didn't know this, Howling Neko will also be playing at J-core Live Full Throttle next week. So that's also a thing to see. So yeah, I have done a lot of research the last couple of 24 hours. These are my notes, so I am going to do it a little bit different than always. So as you can see, I have written quite a lot of stuff in here. So yeah, we are going to tackle that stuff. So yeah, before we're gonna start, let's do a quick shout out to Empress Mew for Defrag, Brain Shit, Harigato, I'm the Banana, Rainry, Kimbine, Cheesecake, Fall Boy, Verso, Jintaro, Superior Jimmy, Coles Bards, let's see, do Howling Neko, Holy 80. Let's see who else. And that's pretty much everybody in the chat right now, and of course everybody that is also listening to the chat. I hope you guys enjoy the show, as I'm really excited to do this today. What are we going to listen and talk? I am going to start briefly about how the hardcore started. We are also definitely going to look and watch some YouTube videos and music. And of course, we also have a cat running around here somewhere. So I would say, yeah, let's start the show. So yeah, what is hardcore? I think I already said what hardcore is actually. Okay, hardcore is a kind of music style that originated within the house scene. So the music what you hear now on the background, this is actually called house classics. And yeah, it all started with house music. Of course, we can go over all the way back into the, what was it, in halfway 50s with the Almond Break from the Almond Brothers. Because that is the original start of dance music in general. But we are not going to talk about that kind of history. We are going to talk about hardcore. So yeah, where did it start? It all started in the US, as house was made for a select kind of audience. In America back then, you had disco. That's around the halfway 70s, end of 70s, and also disco had I call it death date. It was somewhere in 79. What is the Amber Break from 69? I thought it was halfway 70. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, you know, I don't even know so much about those classics as well. But Banana, he has a point that the Almond Break was from 69. So thank you for, yeah, yeah, telling this, because yeah, it's good to know. Let's see. Oh, I have my notes everywhere on the place. Yeah, okay. And of course, with the house scenes, and Howling Neko, thank you very much for the subscription. Woo! This one goes out to you. So yeah, and also with the house scene, it got so widely spread all over the globe that eventually it came over here to the Netherlands. So the Netherlands is where I live. And anyway, why do I have my notes? Oh wait, I think I understand. Yeah, okay. And even within the house scenes all over the world, there are always, yeah, subcultures and sub-styles hanging around there. Let's see, what is next? Yeah, and of course, what I also want to note with this one is that the Netherlands has started a great subculture in the in mid 90s, begin 90s, and it's called the Gabber culture. What is Gabber? Gabber is definitely not a music style. A lot of people, especially outside of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany, they call the hardcore that you know as Gabber, the really huff, the boom, 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 that kind of music they call it Gabber. But in original, Gabber is a lifestyle, it's a person. You probably have seen it probably. Those are those people with bald hair, training jackets, Nike Air Maxes. Yeah, a lot of drugs, of course, and that's a bald hair, a bald head, and the women are, how you call it? Is the hair they put it all the way in the back and they shave their sides here. So that is what a gabber is. A gabber is also, oh, thanks to Matakai, it's undercut. And also a gabber is a way of a lifestyle. It's in the Dutch word gabber originates from the word friend, kameraad. So it's samenhorigheid. Somebody can somebody help me to translate what samenhorigheid is in English? What was it called again? Comrades, yeah, buddy. Yeah, it's camaraderie. Yeah, thank you very much. It's that they want to have a crew together that likes the same lifestyle, likes the same music, a community. It's like with J-Core. We have a J-Core community, everybody comes together, and yeah, we want to fit into that kind of style. So about the gabber culture, we are going to talk about it later. But also with the house music, there are a lot of people that back there in the past, in somewhere mid 80s, people really like the house music, the dance music. It all started with the synth pop, and from the synth pop it went into house. And 10-0, thank you very much for the third month of sub. I would say stick around because I am going to talk about your lovely Rotterdam in in a couple of minutes later. So we are definitely going to talk about that. As dance music is widely spread throughout the world, it eventually came to Berlin, and Berlin was pretty much the centerpiece of dance music back in the 80s. And with the centerpiece, I am talking about a great parade called Love Parade. Well, what is Love Parade? Imagine you are on the streets of Berlin, and in the first year, there is no place that you can listen to dance music and dance to it. There was no such a thing. So what did a couple of enthusiasts did? They came together and they put a lot of speakers on the trucks. Was it one truck? Oh yeah, there was one or two trucks. They put a lot of speakers in there, put the DJ, and just spin and just drive through Berlin. Which started out with 150 people in the first year. And eventually it got widespread, I think, into the millions. Let's see. Also I have a lot of videos planned to show today. Right, let's see. Yeah, okay. I have a lot of videos planned for today, so to show you an idea what Love Parade is back in 1996. Let's see then. This video. Oh yeah, look, as you can see, these are all party people in the streets of Berlin. And back then, a lot of people called this like the Woodstock of the dance music, I guess. And it's also like what Colesbart said, look at all these people, not caring if somebody has a different opinion. No, because everybody that comes over there is for the love of music. By the way, power to all, you are not correct on that one, but we are going to talk about it later. So, as you can see here, it's like nobody cares about who you are. Nobody cares about your sexual preference. Nobody cares about racial opinions. These are people that only want to party and express themselves. And Moloch, thank you very much for your subscription. Welcome back. Woo! So yeah, and as you can see here, 1996 was pretty much the highest point of. Not the highest points, how you call it, is the peak of the Love Parade. And now we are talking about 1996. And you must imagine that back in the World War II, those streets was filled with war and all those the Second World War stuff hanging there. And now you can see people are raving on the streets and just don't care about stuff. And power to all, thank you very much for the gifting. Thank you. Woo woo. Oh, I cannot put on the sound because there's music on the background, so sorry. So yeah, I guess you guys can understand what I am talking about. So yeah. That is the Love Parade, and I think up until today, it's still one of the biggest, and if not is the biggest dance festival ever existed. And Dematikai, thank you very much for your subscription. Woo woo woo! So let's see, where are we going next? Okay, yeah. And let's talk about Dematikai. Dematikai is one of my best friends over there. I am 38 myself, and I know this guy for 30 years right now. So, so yeah, he's been my best friend since ever, and 30 years later we're still best friends. Also, he's one of those people that actually also shaped me into who I am today. So, and there was a time that I made music, and that was also together with him. So yeah, okay. What is house music? House music originated back in the US. US? Yes, in the US. It's not even Europe. You might think that dance music is created as a centerpiece here in Europe. Eventually, it became a center place. True, I agree. But okay, there is so much happening going on right now on the Twitch channel, so I need to focus somewhere. The dance music that was focused on 3 different kind of places in the US, and that is from New York, Chicago, and Detroit. So house music came from these 3 places. Let's see. I see that Superior Jimmy has redeemed his VIP status, so I will put you as VIP. So yeah, he has been here for so long. VIP Superhero Jimmy. So congratulations, and yeah, welcome to the VIP crew. Colesbart, one of the early hardcore parties was indeed Thunderdome, but we are also going to talk about that a bit later. Oh yeah, we were now at house music. Oh, and I'm only on the first page. My wife said from how many pages? I think I've wrote down close to 20 pages. I've been doing a lot of research. I did know already quite a lot, but I just want to know for sure if I'm telling the right information. It's all small pages. Okay. It all started halfway the 80s as DJs were mixing music. Of course, back then, if you go to the clubs, you had like radio edits and radio cuts, and as one track finishes onto the fade out, and then from the fade in it goes on to the new mix. But at certain clubs, especially in where this started in New York. Was it New York? Yeah, in New York, they were still pretty fan of disco music. And also with the disco music, yeah, even though disco died, they still played disco music, but it was not so popular anymore. But that was also the moment that DJs started to learn to mix. Of course, you have the whole hip hop scene that's starting to sampling and play music and just mix together. The disco DJs, or at least the 80s house DJs, they took that and they took their disco music and they started to mix in tracks together. So, like I said, halfway the 80s, people actually started to learn to mix properly as DJs, as you know that DJs do it now. Let's see now. What I wrote down here. Oh yeah. This all started halfway 80s as DJs started to mix tracks as we know now. Think of as disco records, make a non-stop mix that goes throughout the night. So yeah. But eventually the disco music was all used and washed out, and they suddenly realized they needed some new music. So what kind of music they made? New York, they had the Club Garage. Chicago had their Acid House, and Detroit had their Detroit Techno. So, what are these music styles? I am going to show the next track. The first track is going to be Total Chaos with My Love, and this is Club Garage. And as you can hear, like what the New Yorkers did, they really liked the disco sound from back then, and you like what Cheesecake said, you can definitely feel the disco vibe in this one. In the club garage scene, it was really oriented on the disco sounds and the vocals, yeah, within the track, and that is their part of the love. So this is what they call pre-Gabber disco. That's a good one. And of course, Chicago had their own sounds. Yeah, let's listen to some acid house. Let's take Spring Key with acid bass. As you can hear, those Detroit people, they really love their of the Chicago. They really love their acid sound. They use a lot of Roland 303s as yeah, those were like the first kind of kicks, and usually they also use the 808s, and of course with some kind of modular synthesizer. And let's not forget the last one, and that's the Detroit Techno. So we are going to listen to... Where is it? Here, Afrohead with In the Dark We Live.
The light.
And as you can hear, Detroit really loves their more industrial sound and the harder beats. Let's go. Okay, but these three different kind of music styles, what does it have to do with hardcore? Oh, pretty much everything. Because before we are going to go to this part, dance music was not for everybody, because it was in the beginning it was like for a minority of people that how can I say no, okay. Well, sorry, I need to find my notes with it. The American club culture was actually for the gay and a minority scene, because they needed to have their own music. They wanted to be and belong somewhere. As most of the music back then was not really suitable for a lot of people, because pop was all over the place, rock, but it's not something that those people, the minority and the gay people, can dance to. So they all went into those clubs, because there they can find their own community, and they can party with each other, and and just be themselves. I did stop. So what did I wrote down here? Because it's the scene they needed, and to have their own music culture that they can be in unison with others like them, just to express their sexuality and drug use. Yes, and why do I say drug use? Is because drugs is widely used on a lot of occasions. We can all think about like Woodstock, back in the 70s, where was it 70s or 60s? A lot of drug use like marijuana and LSD was used during this period. And of course, this also happens at the house scene, because as what I can understand is when people take drugs, they can open up their mind and just let go of everything, let go of the feeling, and just one with the music, be one with the scene, and just feel in a euphoric state. Okay, this is a good one. What Banana said: even though I am talking about drugs, definitely don't do that. I never took drugs myself, because my drugs was like the music. It was the feeling of being at a festival, at a party. And that gave me my own satisfaction. I never needed drugs for it. But if you do drugs, just do it safely, and watch out where you buy your stuff. Let's see. Okay. Now enough about the US. Let's talk about Europe. How did Europe came with their dance music? Of course, somewhere in the mid 80s we already have dance music, but it's usually synth pop, the 80s pop, UK pop, and Italo disco, and those were like how can I say, it is dance music, and the UK people and the Italians were pretty much the main pioneers within the dance music in Europe back then. We didn't have a lot of American artists and American records over here, is because it's way too expensive to ship all those records here over to the Netherlands. So what did they think? They should make their own music here. So Italo disco and the UK pop were pretty much popular back then, and if you look at the charts from mid 80s and end of 80s, you can see a lot of UK and Italians, yeah, dominating the Dutch charts. But house music became really popular somewhere the mid 80s, the end of the 80s, when a couple of DJs they went to the US, they went into the clubs and they heard those tracks, and eventually they bought those records. And those DJs, they took the records with them and they went over to Ibiza to play in certain clubs. And yeah, Ibiza is also pretty much the center point of dance music and dance parties, island thingy. I know that a lot of Europeans know what I'm talking about when I talk about Ibiza. It is like the center place for parties. I think that's the best what I can tell about it. Yeah, you know, those DJs, they brought the best and the freshest hits, yeah, from the US back to Europe, to Ibiza. And yeah, you know, a lot of youth, they went over there. They heard the tracks and say, oh yeah, this is good music, yeah. Of course, and they go to the DJ and ask, yeah, what is this album, or what is this record? Yeah, and people notice this, and somehow it got widespread, yeah, throughout the whole of Europe. So yeah, and that is also how dance music got pretty much popular over Europe. Even though dance music wasn't for every country here in Europe, it had a centerpiece within the Netherlands, Germany, Belgium, and Spain, and Italy. Those were the 5 countries that were really heavily electronic music based. And the very first house party what was held in the Netherlands was in 1987. House parties were there to relieve stress, which I can understand, because you have like a 9-to-5 job, or you have other things that you need to worry about, and then you go to a party and you just, you know, that's like for me the feeling. It's like, no, I want to go to party and I want to, de-stress myself. I want to let go of all my feelings and just party on, and party hard. Banana. The UK, they had dubstep and drum and bass, but that is, it's also around the same time, somewhere end of 80s and in the 90s, but that is more a mixture between house music and hip hop. So there's where dubstep and the drum and bass actually came from hip hop and from the jungle. But that's a whole other story, and I don't really have that much knowledge about that scene over there. So sorry about that one. House parties was there to relieve stress, and of course it all started with illegal parties. And with illegal parties, I meant people rent some stuff and they just went to parking lots, to forests, and just give parties, make parties. Eventually, it went out of hand, and then there was like a certain organization that saw this trend going on, and thus they started a dance scene somewhere in 1987. You know what? We are going to play some tracks from around that time. No, not around that time. Let's say from somewhere between 89 and 91.
Seduction. Seduction, the ultimate 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 seduction. Seduction. Ultimate seduction. Seduction, a journey of force. The ultimate seduction, 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 the ultimate seduction. Ultimate seduction. Seduction, a journey of force.
There we go again. So yeah, like what I said before, this was the Ultimate Seduction with the Ultimate Seduction. It was a track from 1992, and a lot of house enthusiasts can say that this is pretty much one of those biggest house classic around. Even if I go to old school hardcore parties and I go to the early rave room, I always hear this track. And hi, Frozen Pyramid, welcome back. Woo! To everybody that came into the show today, as you can see, I am not doing a J-Core live show today, but I am doing a show about the history of hardcore. And with the history of hardcore, I'm talking about the hardcore within the 1988s until the 2000s. So actually the rise and the fall of hardcore. Okay, then we have the house music and the classics, what you heard. So somewhere in the beginning 90s. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I understand. Okay, somewhere here in the beginning 90s, there was also a rise of a real drug use and drug, I wouldn't say a problem, but a drug community, I think. And there were like a lot on the market. You have like ecstasy, speed, and ecstasy and speed was pretty much the main drugs back then. And within the house scene, there was also a drug problem because people were going to parties, and not only just to party, but just to sell their drugs. Of course, people are taking drugs because they want to feel good. They want to, be one with the music. Okay. You must try to realize, especially if you don't have drugs in your life, that the beginning of the morning you drink like 8 espressos. Like the little coffee shots, or you drink like, I don't know, a couple of cans of Red Bull, and you notice that you have so much energy that you cannot release. So this is the same with the drugs. Eventually they had so much drugs in them that they had so much energy that they cannot release it. And eventually they also went to the DJ and told them to, can you play the music faster? And this happened pretty much often. But little knowing that these drug users were also the start of something. I wouldn't say something great, but but it's something great because it's a start to a new chapter within the hardcore. Talk about this. Yeah. Okay. Because from here on, it was also the early start of the Dutch gabber culture. Like it was said before, a gabber is not a music style, but it is how a person is. It's like you have, I call it, punkers, or you have. Yeah, I say that you have like the punkers, you have the gothics, and you have the gabbers. It's a whole lifestyle. And in the lifestyle is the way you dress, the way you express yourself, the way, the kind of music that you listen to, and so on. So it's one tight community that came together. So. And this is also the start of the gabber culture. So people started to shave their heads, wear Australians is the how I call it, the tracksuit. Show you a picture what an actual gabber looks like. Is there a So, just to show you what gabbers are, is these kind of people. They're usually shaven. They have a really expensive training suit from Australian. You don't see it now. Oh yeah, and of course they have their own gabber dance. Yeah, and here we call it hakken. And hakken is not like that you have one or a couple of you just have one or two dances. No, everybody has their own style and interpretation of hakken. They also really like to use the Nike Maxis, and especially these models. All over the world, these models were pretty much underbought. It was definitely not popular, and it was the least popular of all, except for here in the Netherlands and Belgium, as these were the most popular Nike Maxis ever existed here in the Netherlands. This is the Nike Max BW. We call it the big window, because this window over here is slightly bigger than the Nike Max 90s from back then. Also, it was a little bit wider on this party over here. Oh, a brain shit. When do we arrive at Hakkebar? I think in an hour, I think. Because Hakkebar will also be around. Well, let's see. What else do we have? Oh, no. Oh, that's pretty much everything. Oh, and what you also don't see here is that they like to wear bomber jackets. I have a picture over here somewhere. Okay, this is definitely not. Yeah, okay, maybe something like this. So they also like to wear bomber jackets. And also the bomber jackets, usually they have like some kind of logo of their favorite artist, their favorite record label. Some are embroidered in there, some were printed, and also some wore slip mats on the bomber jackets. Oh, damn good old times. Yeah, even I had one in the past. A bomber jacket with a slip mat. Okay, so try to imagine you're now in 1992, 1993, and you go to house parties with your friends in your whole gabber clique, and you stumble into a house party where people were pretty much still dressed normal and just for the time. So you can eventually see a double-sided a mixture between everybody there. You have the gabbers, and you have the I got it. You have the gabbers, and you have the wait, just a second. I'm fucking up somewhere. As always. So yeah, so you have the gabbers, and you have the normal people over there. Let's see. Oh yeah, and also never in Dutch history there was a subculture that was born in the Netherlands. And not only it is a subculture, but also the whole music style, it became one of Dutch biggest export products in the past. And yeah, for the Netherlands, it is quite of a big deal. Yeah, like I said, those gabbers went to house parties because there wasn't anything else than only house parties. So every time they go to the DJ and ask if the music can play faster, but a lot of DJs didn't really like that because they wanted to play their own music, house, and you know the whole gabber culture that is just fake and whatever. Yeah, it's just fake and it's not for the house scene. So eventually all the DJs they ignored the gabbers, and all the gabbers they just went away because there's nothing else. But there is one place in the Netherlands that actually wanted to take a chance. And now we are coming to Rotterdam. And there's a place called Parkzicht. What is Parkzicht? Parkzicht is a club. It's for all the gabbers a real legendary place, because that is also the birth of the hardcore music culture that we know of today. Of course, they were also playing house music, but the resident DJ over there is DJ Rob. He really liked the harder sounds, and he usually plays his own stuff. And also during the end, he decided to listen to the audience, to listen to the public. Oh, brain shit, almost there. He was there and playing the music, and let's see what's written here. Sorry, I really need my notes for this one. Yeah, okay, because they know that every last hour and every last 1.5 hour, DJ Rob, he actually speeds up the music and play the harder stuff. So yeah, the gabbers, they have finally a place to go somewhere. And now I'm talking about 1992, 1993. Like I said, they have a place to go somewhere, and they came back week after week after week after week. But eventually, all the gabbers, they only go to Parkzicht for the last 1 hour, just to go there to party, and then go again to the house or to whatever area. Let's see. Okay, we are going to play 2 tracks. We're gonna play 2 tracks and then 3 tracks, and then we are going over to the next segment. So let's listen to Fierce Ruling Diva with Whipped Cream. Even though Fierce Ruling Diva, it's a name that you don't know of it now. Probably Super Jimmy knows. But I am going to talk about them later. Let's go over to the next track. And A lot of you guys probably know this, but it's T99 with Anastasia, Out of History mix from 1991. Now next one, LA Star with James Brown is Dead.
James Brown is dead.
Mass hysteria, this is techno. House is not my home, but a Blackstone. I checked about the late great JB, that is sad on national TV. How, when, and why these are the main things that I heard when I strolled down the lane of memory. Man, I am with that.
James Brown is dead.
Total chaos, man is resurrected. I'm confused and things are getting hectic in my brain. What is happening? Could this be a big misunderstanding? It is. The hardest working man is showbiz. It's alive, so your bosses don't be misled, cause the newsman said
James Brown is dead.
And then let's take one more track, DJ Nation with Pump It, straight mix. And that was DJ Nation with Pump It, straight mix. Okay, with James Brown is Dead. I don't know the true story behind that one, but I do know that one of the artists behind LA Style from James Brown is Dead is Wessel van Diepen. And he is also one of the main producers behind a lot of house music back then. He was also responsible for the Benga Boys, Nakatomi. I'm not too sure, but Too Unlimited? I don't think so, but somehow it stuck around in my head. I don't know if Superior Jimmy can confirm it. But also Wessel van Diepen, he is responsible for several other artists. But we are not going to talk about them. So yeah, with the last track, the DJ Nation Pump It. As you can hear, it already started to sound like proper hardcore as we know it. It is a bit harder, and a lot of DJs, they didn't dare to play this kind of tracks. But of course, DJ Rob, he was one of those people that really liked this kind of music. But also because there wasn't too many artists back then that did this kind of music. So DJ Rob, he actually started a formation, and here goes Brainy, together with DJ Paul Elstock and some other kind of name, I forgot who it was. But they started with Holy Noise. And of course with the first track what they made, there was... sorry, a bit too much air from the Dr. Pepper that I'm drinking. Oh, I'm drinking Dr. Pepper Vanilla Float. This actually is really delicious. I bought it at the local Chinese store. And yeah, kind of like it. Just a second. So, there. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. Then we are going to play Holy Noise with James Brown is Still Alive. Oh, and the reason why they want to do this is because James Brown is Dead was like out for a couple of weeks. And they wanted to make, not a syllable, but they want to make another version that sounds like that, but is different with the same title. So it's not a war, but it's a playful thing. But now, enough of me, just listen to this.
Brown's still alive. Brown's still alive. James Brown's still alive. Brown's still alive.
It's the wrong one. Yeah. With James Brown is still alive, you can try to imagine that DJ Rob and Paul Elstock back then. Hey, do I hear myself? Yeah. There's DJ Rob and Paul Elstock back then. They released this track and they played at their club in Rotterdam called Parkzicht. And people were going, wow, people loved it. It's like, yeah, this is what hardcore is. And if you think that this is hardcore, well, it's a start. The funny thing is, back then, Paul Elstock, he worked in a record company called, not a records sales company called Midtown, and yeah, and it was a strange feeling for him that he was selling his own music to the audience, and because people really wanted to have James Brown is still alive, because yeah, that is the main theme of Parkzicht back then. But also because there was also no other kind of record labels that wanted to do something with hardcore. Paul, he asked Midtown Records if he can start a record label company within Midtown, so like a sub-label, and thus he started with Rotterdam Records, which has a focus on hardcore music. It's something new. It's something really awesome, especially for Paul Elstock in his younger years to create something like this. And as Rotterdam Records became so popular over time, there was also like a record label for the Rotterdammers and the people that lived there around. Because in that time, we had artists like the Dark Raver, DJ Gizmo, and Paul Elstock, of course. They all lived around in the Rotterdam and The Hague area. And of course, you also have Euromasters and all those kind of names. And they had a record label to release their music on. Yeah, let's play some true Rotterdam hardcore that you have heard in the past. So let's go over to Holy Noise. No, sorry, with Euromasters with Amsterdam, waar ligt dat dan?
Amsterdam, waar ligt dat dan? Amsterdam, waar ligt dat dan?
And let's go over to Rotterdam Termination Source with Poing. So yeah, this was a Rotterdam Termination Source with Poing. And congratulations, Orin, for becoming a VIP. But you're already VIP, so what am I going to do with your points? So now you're a proper VIP. So yeah, and of course with all those hardcore, the newer kinds of hardcore sounds from back then, there was only one more thing to do for the people, and that is to host a party on a big scale. So Rotterdam, they started out because in Parkzegel was so popular and people only keep coming to come to the party for the last hour. The city of Rotterdam, they finally decided to host a party, and the party was also in a very legendary location, Rotterdam. They called the Energiehal. Oh, was it Rotterdam? I think Rotterdam was Energiehal. Check it quickly. Yeah, it's in Rotterdam, and their very first party, I forgot which name it was, but for the first party they actually had around 10,000 people that actually went to that party. So yeah, so that's a good thing. Oh yeah, and of course, as Rotterdam is going hard and going strong within the hardcore scene, and of course you just heard the track with Amsterdam, waar ligt het dan? The Amsterdammers, of the Amsterdam people, they also wanted to, they didn't want to stick behind, because they also had a little scene going over there, but we are going to talk about that one in a few minutes. I'm going to take a little break again. So I am going to play 2 tracks. One is the first one is Too Unlimited with No Limits, and the second one we move over to Capella, Move On Baby. Why am I going to play this? It's also because this was also one of the staple music that defines the hardcore sounds that was made here in the Netherlands and in Italy, of course. So let's play those 2 tracks.
Let me say yeah. Let me say yeah. I know the last. I work real hard to collect my cash. Tick, 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 take the time. When I'm going for mine. Open your ears and you will hear it. I tell you this cause there's no limit.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, there's no limit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, there's no limit. No, no limits. We'll reach for the sky. No valley too deep. No mountain too high. No, no limits. Won't give up the fight. We do what we want, and we do it with pride.
Wasn't supposed to happen. So next one is Capella with Move On Baby. Oh yeah, also these are the music that I'm showing you guys today. That is also part of my own personal history. So those are also the tracks that I really like.
Take the chance, give it all that you can. But it doesn't feed a thing for you. You can try to move on, so nothing will go wrong.
double ounce of fraction I got together to make the track flow better. That's why we say from like you know what's up. If I'm on the move, I can't stop. The beat is simple, but you can't refuse it. That's why I love music.
Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Let's get together. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Let's get together. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Let's get together. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Move on, baby. Let's get together.
Oh, and there's one more track that I want to show you guys. I haven't put on this list yet, but we're going to listen anyway. Human Resource with Dominator. This is also one of those, one of those really house classics.
Wanna kiss myself? 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 I'm bigger and bolder and rougher and tougher. In other words, sucker, there is no other. I'm bigger and bolder and rougher and tougher. In other words, sucker, there is no other. Wanna kiss myself? Wanna kiss myself? Wanna kiss myself? Wanna kiss myself? I'm the one and only dominator. I'm the one and only dominator. Wanna kiss myself? Wanna kiss myself? I'm the one and only dominator. I'm the one and only dominator. Wanna kiss myself? Wanna kiss myself? I'm the one and only dominator. I'm the one and only dominator. Wanna kiss myself? I'm bigger and bolder and rougher and tougher. In other words, suckers, there is no other. No other. I'm bigger and bolder and rougher and tougher. In other words, suckers, there is no other. I'm the one and only dominator. I'm the one and only dominator. Wanna kiss myself? I'm the one and only dominator. I'm the one and only dominator.
Yeah, and that was Human Resource with Dominator. This is also considered one of the biggest house classics from in the past. And even up until the day from today, if you go to hardcore parties, wherever over here in the Netherlands, and you go to the early rave room, there are always two artists that play this track. Where's my background music? Let's see, where is part 2? Oh, there it is, part 2. Yeah, okay, so as I stated before, Amsterdam also had like some kind of scene, but they didn't want to stay behind. So what did Amsterdam did? They took the I call it the inspiration from Rotterdam, and instead of like in Parkzicht where there was only like the last hour and a half that they played hardcore music, they actually started a real club dedicated to the gabbers, and somewhere in Amsterdam they started the club called Club Amnesia, where for the whole evening that you can only hear hardcore music and the music what you just heard before, the harder, faster sounds, and where people can just be themselves. But also in this club, a certain track was played many times, and is a really popular track. If I play the next video, people will recognize it. You know? Let's do that.
I like marijuana, you like marijuana, we like marijuana too. I want to be a hippie and I want to get stoned on marijuana. I want to be a runaway guy to leave home for marijuana. Remember the teeny bob sniffing airplane glue, marijuana. He used to freak out in Central Park Zoo for marijuana. I want to get high, but I never knew why. Here comes the car, but I got to say goodbye for marijuana.
Homemade and what is that?
So you guys can already can figure out what is the next track, but it's actually not a track that you probably didn't know originally, because the original track is what I'm going to play now. So it is Technohead with I Wanna Be the Hippie. So yeah, as you might notice, this is not I Wanna Be a Hippie that you guys know, but this is the original one from Technohead. So, let's see. Okay. And during this Club Amnesia, there was played pretty much 5 to 6 times in the evening, because people really liked the track and they wanted to Power to All. There are indeed 5 originals, but this was no. There's one original with 4 official remixes, I think. This is the original one. Can you do a live demonstration of the Gabriel style? No. Maybe some other time. Yeah, I know it's good as a workout. Okay, maybe later. No, I don't say that's a no. I say maybe later because I still want to finish my story. Yeah, okay. This track was played 5 to 6 times in the evening in Club Amnesia, and then suddenly somebody told the guys from Mokum. Mokum is the Amsterdam biggest record label of hardcore record label back then. As Rotterdam had Rotterdam Records, Mokum has Mokum. Amsterdam has Mokum. Mokum is also it's a slang word for Amsterdam, I think. Power to All, can you confirm me on that? Mokum is also part of is called part of Amsterdam, if I remember correctly. So, but the artists within Mokum, they said to each other, yeah, you know, was the artist from Mokum, or at least somebody said, you really need to make a radio edit out of it. And everybody was thinking a radio edit, but this is not a commercial piece of music. It's like, why would we make like a radio edit? So within the whole pool of artists, DJ Dano, DJ Dano, he came up with that idea, and he called up everybody in the whole Mokum pool, and nobody wanted to try it, except for one person, actually 2, and those persons were called, or is called Flamman and Abraxas. Flamman and Abraxas, they were already quite popular artists because, as I mentioned before, they were fierce ruling diva. I played this track a few minutes ago, and they became pretty fucking up. Yeah, and they became pretty popular within their scene. So they said to themselves, yeah, you know, give it to us, and yeah, we can try to make something out of it. So eventually they did. They made a radio edit, and yeah, and everybody know what the radio edit eventually is, and of course we are going to show what it became.
I want to be a
Oh, another piece of funny history with this one. This is not the original I Want to Be a Hippie, but this is just one of those remixes done by Vlammen and Abraxas. The funny story behind this part, okay, I wouldn't say that it's funny, but this is the most popular version out there. If everybody thinks about I Want to Be a Hippie, they think about this video clip, they think about this version, because this is the I Want to Be a Hippie. So, Mokum Records, they didn't got jack shit. And what I mean with that, they made the video clip, they made the track, but they didn't earn any royalties. It's a worldwide hit. They didn't earn any royalties. And all the royalties went to Technohead. What is the story behind this one? Technohead, they had a swap deal with Mokum Records. And the swap deal is like one artist to another. They say, I make tracks for you, and you make tracks for me. So it's a swap. So this was the deal. So Technohead got all the money, all the credits, and yeah, that's the story about that's the story about Technohead and Vlammen and Abraxas. Also, the guys that you see in the video clip, those were let's go back a little bit. Oh, Max versus 5. He's redeemed a 5-minute screen time with Combined. Yeah, somebody redeemed for coming here for 5 minutes. Well, they want to talk to you, so okay, so Combined will come to the microphone and have a little chat with you guys. Yeah, I know you're minding your own business, yeah, but somebody is requesting your presence. So while you guys are chatting with her, I am going to go through my notes quickly.
Hi, did this. Where's my butt? I had it. Hi there. My history with hardcore music. Gee, I don't think I can remember. As in, I didn't listen to it much at all. Well, okay, that probably is a little bit of a lie. The first thing I do remember was a video clip of Gabbertje. And it was so funny to see that video clip when I was young, and I don't know, it was just hilarious. And all the guys, even if I didn't know about drugs part and all that kind of stuff, so I was too young to understand, I guess. But it was funny, yeah. Did I enjoy the hardcore? I guess I did, because somehow there's such a happy bounce to it. I don't know, I always feel like bouncing around on the music. It wasn't something that I would listen to on my player, I guess. But it was something that when it was on TV, on MTV or TMF, that kind of music stuff, I would bounce around in the house. So, yeah. But most of the time I was just listening to other weird stuff, honest. If I did enjoy the songs of Too Limited, of course I did. Yes, of course I did. Frozen Pyramid, yeah, weird stuff like the Disney kind of stuff. I don't know, I've been stuck a long time in the Disney princess world or something, to be honest. that song wasn't on back then. Otherwise, I probably would have screamed it as well. Actually, I did, but let's not talk about that one. But yes, I did. I think I have two older brothers, so they actually listen more to that kind of music. So eventually, I just bounced around with my brothers, and we tried to do the hakken. That we tried it in the living room just to see if we could do it, and eventually we kind of were able to do it. It was pretty funny to do with my brothers though. Cyber got industrial noise at one point. Yes, I guess I was, but I always jump around on all kind of music, so I guess it depends on how I feel at that moment. Because at one moment I'm like into some kind of shamanic drum, Native American kind of stuff, and then sometimes I'm into like when I'm doing a workout, I just let my playlist on Spotify do the decisions, and then there's like a lot of stuff coming around on Spotify playlist apparently. I'm just like, okay, gonna listen to this. So yeah, it depends a little bit on what I'm listening to or how I feel at the moment. How does that differ to regular noise music? So it's all music. Sometimes it's a bit hard on the ears, I guess. That it's a little bit more like noise, but most of the time it's just music. The Riot musical diet is pretty good. Yes, it is. You learn a lot of things to really like, and to be honest, I learned a lot from Joe as well when he was mixing music or try to make music as well. I learned about the different layers from music, and the fun thing is that I now can finally listen to more layers of music, and when you can do that, you can really appreciate a lot more variety of music in general, because you hear different layers and how they are built together. I mean, I don't make or produce music at all, but hearing the layers and hearing the different tunes or bass or anything that's mixed in between, it's very nice to hear that. So different music, different kind of layers, or different way of how they use the layers, and that's how I appreciate kind of music. I did press the button, so the 5 minutes are up, I guess. Thank you.
No, Kim is not a bass junkie. So yeah, there was pretty much 5 minutes of Kim Bind. So thank you very much for the great story. Before we're gonna carry on, let's say congratulations to Banana for becoming a steady listener of J-Core Live and the Neodash Zerox brand and whatever. And yeah, thank you very much for all your support in these last couple of months. And yeah, I am promoting you to VIP. So congratulations, you've definitely earned it. What? Oh, Kim said we hebben een VIP banaan. So yeah, before I am going to continue with the story, let's do a quick shout out to Kim Bind. I'm the Banana Super Your Jimmy Power Tool. Brain shits. Let's see, who do we have in that chat? Max VS, Thumpsy Aerostorm, Holy 80, The Aversal, Darxium, Orin, HM Mint, On the Jutsu, Cheesecake, Tom CXR, and that's pretty much everybody I see. So yeah, techno heads, and I want to be a hippie. Well, this radio edit, it started as a joke because nobody within the Mokum family, they never wanted to make like a real serious track out of it, and it was just for fun and just for shits and giggles, and just go for it. But sadly, it was one of the biggest happy hardcore hits ever existed. So yeah, and as I said before, because of the swap deal, the Mokum guys, they never receive a dime for this track because all the royalties went to Technohead, and I think Technohead is from the UK, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Oh yeah. The funny thing about with this version of the I Wanna Be a Hippie is, even though it is a radio edit, it is suitable for the radio, as that's why radio edit. But if you listen at clubs, you can hear the sub layer that is just a little bit harder and booming. So it's good for the club as for television. And yes, this came in the Dutch national television and also in the Dutch national music charts. The Dutch music charts, we have here the top 40 and the mega top 50, and this track landed, I think, the first place. Let's see. Okay, this one. Okay, I talked about this part already. Oh yeah. But even though that they never got royalties, they had lots of fun, and they put hardcore into the world, into the mainstream audience, and that was so cool for them because they now they have another now they have another experience for making music for a broader audience, because they used to make music for the gabbers, but now they can spread out to the mainstream. So what did they do? Because they have this experience with making an awesome clip. And let's go. Let's talk about the clip from I Wanna Be Hippie. The hippie and the free gabbers that you see over there, they were pretty much the regulars of the club Amnesia. But little that we know afterwards, these four people, the hippie and the free gabbers, and also together with Flaman and Braxas, they became the party animals. Yeah, they are the party animals. No, the pink sunglasses is something typically for the gabbers. But yeah, from Techno Head, I Wanna Be Hippie, the guys that you see on the video clip, those are the party animals that we knew after. The wife said it's mind blown. So, okay, but because of this, they know how to make tracks that will become hits in the later years of Dutch history. Thus, also the birth of the party animals and happy hardcore. Let's move back 1 or 2 years back now. Because now this is 1 year back. We have spoken about the Rotterdam hardcore. We have spoken about the Amsterdam hardcore. But now we are also going back into a little bit The Hague, and not really within the Rotterdam-Amsterdam feud. Because there was also another party out there that did their best, and for my own experience and for what I knew in the past, those were also one of my favorites back then. Because back in the day, I watched a lot of television, a lot of music shows, and yeah, me as a young kid back then, I was like 11, and I really loved this kind of music. Of course, I have listened to the older Thunderdomes back then, so I was already familiar with the hardcore. But I wasn't always really so much into it up until I heard the next track. And this is for me personally considered one of my my favorite tracks that I also have a lot of good memories for. Let's listen to Charlie Low Noise and Mentatia with Wonderful Days.
I found a love, but it didn't last. Wonderful days belong to the past. I don't know where I stand, what I'm to do. Try to forget and I found someone new. So I prayed on my knees to heaven above. Send me somebody please, someone to love. Listen to my story, give me your hand. Don't let me down, I found a love, but it didn't last. Wonderful days belong to the past. I don't know where I stand, what I'm to do. Try to forget and I found someone new. So I prayed on my knees to heaven above. Send me somebody please, someone to love. Listen to my story, give me your hand. Don't let me down, I found a love, but it didn't last. Wonderful days belong to the past. I don't know where I stand, what I'm to do. Try to forget and I found someone new. So I prayed on my knees to heaven above. Send me somebody please, someone to love. Listen to my story, give me your hand. Don't let me I found a love, but it didn't last. Wonderful days belong to the past. I don't know where I stand, what I'm to do. Try to forget and I found someone new. So I prayed on my knees to heaven above. Send me somebody please, someone to love. Listen to my story, give me your hand. Don't let me down, I found a love, but it didn't last. Wonderful days belong to the past. I don't know where I stand, what I'm to do. Try to forget and I found someone new. So I prayed on my knees to heaven above. Send me somebody please, someone to love. Listen to my story, give me your hand. Don't let me down,
A lot of memories. One of the earliest memories what I have with this track is I was at a school camp from my primary school the last year, and we went into a camp. A camp that was called Austerlitz and not Auschwitz, because trust me, we already made a joke back then when we were little kids. But Austerlitz was like a school camp. And in one of those days, I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was on a Friday evening. We had like a school, no, it's like a class disco. Is it a class? No, it's not a school disco. But I'm not entirely sure if like all our classes was there, or that our class was there alone. I try to remember. No, we were the smallest class of our class. Because we had 3 groups. We were liking. We had group 8A, B, and C, and our class was the smallest one of all. But it was pretty much the best one. And also Dematikai, that is probably still here in the chat and still listening in the background. Yeah, he has been there as well. So one of my earliest memories, what I can think of with this track, is that I was there dancing to this track, and even though I really love that hardcore music, but from back then, on that very moment, I thought to myself, yes, this is the music for me. This is the music that I need to follow. And yeah, wonderful days. For me, it was a wonderful day indeed. But yeah, it's part of my own cultural history. But also during the same time, oh, Dematikai is here. Hey, what's up? So yeah, even though Wonderful Days was there, it was pretty much, I think it came at the 4th place in the top 40 charts, I think. It was such hey, good night, Colesbart. Thank you very much for joining in this show, and hopefully see you next time again. Thank you. Hey, good night. So yeah, next to Charlie Lois and Mentatio, they were the ones that also made happy hardcore, but just not so happy. Giving treats to Ayumi. Okay, the wife is going to give treats to Ayumi, and I am going to continue this show, as I still have a lot of things to cover. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, and also during that time, there was also another rising star coming up. Even though you know that we have spoken about Holy Noise before, one of those main guys is Paul Elstock. Okay, how can I not? Do I even have an extra camera here? I cannot move my camera. I didn't even turn this camera on this account. So, yeah, this is feeding the cat, Ayumi. Oh, in case you didn't notice, yes, this is our family mascot, is Ayumi. It's, how old is she? A 6.5-year-old British Shorthair. Normally I am really allergic to cats, but as this is a special breed, she has an anti-allergene cat, I think. Yeah, and I don't have any problems with her. Yeah, she's definitely a big chunker. Oh, apparently she likes these tracks. She likes the snacks. It's actually a new snack that we bought for her. Yes, Brainy, an anti-allergy cat. This is a special breed for it. So yeah, and that was our mascot, Ayumi. Testing 1 2. Oh yeah. Okay, now I'm back. So yeah, like I said before, we have a Paul Elstock also rising the ranks back then. And if we talk about Paul Elstock, if we are going to talk about who's the biggest pioneer for happy hardcore, then it is a close call. It was either Challenge of Mentatio or Paul Elstock. But Paul Elstock was the one that actually won the battle, and he was... My mic sounds a bit weird now. Yeah, I accidentally touch this USB cable here, and then I sound crap. So it's still okay or not? Hey, first of all, thank you very much for joining here into not Jake Live, into the show, and yeah, have a good night, and hopefully see you next week. Yeah, I know it happens sometimes. Is the sound still crap or not? Sound is crap, then I probably need to maybe try something. Okay, better like this? Need a better mic. This mic was already quite expensive. Much better? Okay, good. So yeah, Paul Elstock. We are going to play one track first. And you guys probably will know this one.
You could make the sun turn purple. You could make the sea turn turtle. But you know you could never make me love you more. You can turn wine into water, turn sadness into laughter. But you know you could never make me love you more. Let the sky fall down, let the leaves turn brown. Still you know you can never make me love you more. Let the redwoods die, let the wells run dry. Still you know you can never make me love you more.
So yeah, this is actually the original version of Love You More, done by Sunscreen. And I can guess that a lot of people never heard of this. Even I never heard of this in the past. But yeah, Paul Elstock, he was pretty much fan of UK pop back then. And yeah, and of course within the hardcore scene, samples are stolen everywhere. And it's not only the hardcore scene, but also the hip hop scene and everywhere. So this was his inspiration for the track that really put happy hardcore into the market and also became a staple of the Netherlands, of the Dutch happy hardcore culture.
You can make the sun turn purple, you can make the sea turn turtle, but you know you could never make me love you more. You can turn wine into water, turn sadness into laughter, but you know you could never make me love you more. Let the stars fall down, let the leaves turn brown, still you know you could never make me love you more. Let the rainwoods die, let the wells run dry, still you know you could never make
Jesus Christ. Yep. New mood Zerox. You know, Mint, that is actually a good idea. Okay, so here I go again. So that was DJ Paul Alsock with Love You More. The kid that you see there before, that was actually his little daughter. So that was pretty cool for him to add his daughter in there. Also, if you haven't seen and noticed it yet, I am using one of his old t-shirts from Force Records. You want to play. So yeah, that is yeah, a nice fun thing. Let's see, we still have some little things to cover. Jeez, there's a lot of history so far. Oh yeah, Love You More was also one of the tracks that stormed the Dutch charts, and within 2 weeks after release, he actually came into the second place in the national charts. Oh yeah, and also between 1994 and 1996, that was pretty much the golden years of happy hardcore. What we are going to do now is we are going to play some selected tracks from the from the golden age, and those are also my personal favorites from back then. So I would say enjoy the music. And now Critical Mass with Burning Love. Feel my burning love. June with Hardcore Vibes.
Hardcore vibes that are on things. Hey, hardcore vibes that are on things. Hey.
This one is dedicated to all the ravers in the nation. Hardcore vibes, hardcore vibes, hardcore vibes that are on things.
Hardcore vibes that are untamed.
Party Animals with Have You Ever Been Mellow?
Have you ever been mellow? Have you ever tried? Have you ever been happy? Just to hear the song.
By the way, fun fact, this club that you see here, this is actually the club Amnesia, what I talked about before. This is the actual club. So yeah, this is some funny inside story. Now, Paul Elstak with Rainbow in the Sky.
I wanna see the rainbow high in the sky. I wanna see you and me on a bird flying away. And then I hope to see your smile every night and day. I wanna see the rainbow high in the sky. I wanna see you and me on a bird flying away. And then I hope to see your smile every night and day. I wanna see the rainbow high in the sky. I wanna see you and me on a bird flying away. And then I hope to see your smile every night and day. I wanna see the rainbow high in the sky. I wanna see you and me on a bird flying away. And then I hope to see your smile every night and day. I wanna make love to you, lead you to tomorrow. I wanna feel the sunshine after
Paul desperately trying to look away.
can reach
Mark O with Tears Don't Lie. Party Animals with We Like to Party.
Kiss the party. Party animal.
And now Wonderland with Fancy of Love.
Love is like a fantasy for you and me. Together we will live in harmony. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. I want you and you want me. Together we will dream of ecstasy. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. Love is like a fantasy for you and me. Together we will live in harmony. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. I want you and you want me. Together we will dream of ecstasy. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. Love is like a fantasy for you and me. Together we will live in harmony. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. I want you and you want me. Together we will dream of ecstasy. You and me, oh baby, can't you see? Our love will last eternally. Love is in your heart when you and me will be together. But love is not for real, 'cause forever love is in our dreams. Love is like a fantasy for you and me. Together we will live in harmony. You and me, oh baby, can't you see?
Critical Mass would Believe in the Future.
Open your eyes and you will see. There's a place where we can be.
Believe in the future. Believe in the future.
Looking in your eyes, I know there must be a paradise where all of our dreams can come alive. My love is forever, future together, baby. Believe in the future. Believe in you and me. Believe in the future. There's a better place for you and me. Believe in the future. Believe in what you see. Believe in the future. Can you feel that love inside of me?
The one and only hardcore future.
Open your eyes and you will see there's a place where we can be. To paradise I'll lead the way. A future place where we can stay. Believe in the future. Believe in the future.
The Muscle Man with muscles. Oh, a little fun fact. Hakken on clumps, those are the wooden shoes, is pretty painful. Yeah, and I know this because I actually did that once. On stage. And now Party Animals with Hava Nikita. One, two, three, go! And another number one hit here in the Netherlands is Party Animals with Aquarius.
When the moon is in the second house, and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will rise up the net, and love will still on.
presents The Promised Land.
And now we switch over to DJ Paul Elstak with The Promised Land. Also, a good fact to tell that this was pretty much back in the day the most expensive video clip ever shot in the Netherlands, and is also sponsored by Pepsi back then. This was pretty much also the highlight of the gabber culture from back then.
Interrupt this program for a special news flash. This is the HMC News.
Good evening, I'm Robert T. James.
And I'm Keisha Townsend, and we bring you a very special news flash. Robert.
Yes, we have breaking news on an exciting event which is about to take place in the central area of the Rotterdam Industrial Zone. Keisha?
Right. They call him the voice of the new generation. We're of course talking about the well-known performing artist, producer and DJ Paul Elstak, who's about to change the script as it was written. According to our sources, he's about to become the first person in the world to have an extraterrestrial close encounter of the real kind. And as you can see from the screens behind us, we have live coverage of guests attending who've been invited by Paul Elstak himself. Robert.
Well, it seems that he secretly worked his master plan and it looks as if it's going to succeed. And, one moment please. I've just heard from our director that we also have live coverage of DJ Paul Elstak, who is currently arriving in the hall building. And yes, there he is. Keisha?
Well, it looks like he's finally pulled it off, ladies and gentlemen, although there's still no clue as to why he started this exciting and crazy adventure. But even as we speak, the final preparations for this evening's rendezvous are taking place. Over to you, Robert.
Yes, Keisha, let's see if this is all really true. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for now. We shall stay at the scene, monitor the situation. For HMC News, I'm Robert T. James.
And I'm Keisha Townsend. Good evening.
Good evening.
Guest arrived and cleared. James Coulthard. Tracking in progress. Please follow crew directions. Follow the yellow line.
Welcome. Wanna play? Time has come. Change the script. Hold your breath and watch. Now that's playing with power. The power of the Force.
So yeah, like I said, the most expensive video clip back in Dutch history.
Agdar Sinivok. Daron Zivetek.
Run program now.
Let me take you to the promised land. You and I together we stand. Let me guide you to tomorrow. Let me free you from the sorrow. Let me take you to a place I know. Soul to soul, baby it shows. Let me free you from the sorrow. Let me guide you to tomorrow. Let me guide you to tomorrow. Let me free you from the sorrow. Let me take you to a place I know. Soul to soul. is filled with lovely colors. Surrender your love, this night is ours. Feels like heaven when you're by my side. Your tender touch, it makes me feel alright. 'Cause you and I belong together. Being with you is all that matters. Journey of love, hand in hand. Dream come true in the promised land.
Don't stop, get the hardcore party people, do you want more? Don't stop,
DJ Paul, DJ Paul.
don't stop, move your body, DJ Paul, let's bump this party. Take me to the promised land, promised land.
Let me take you to the promised land. You and I together will stand. Let me guide you to tomorrow. Let me free you from the sorrow. Let me take you to a place I know. Soul to soul, baby it shows. Let me free you from the sorrow. Let me guide you to tomorrow. Let me take you to the promised land.
And now June with Are You Ready to Fly? Another German engineering happy hardcore.
Are you ready to fly? Can you leave the world behind? Baby, baby, are you ready to fly? Together we reach for the sky. Are you ready to fly? Can you leave the world behind? Baby, baby, are you ready to fly? Together we reach for the sky. Are you ready to fly? Can you leave the world behind? Baby, baby, are you ready to fly? Together we reach for the sky. Can you leave the world behind? Baby, baby, are you ready to fly? Together we reach for the sky. Can you leave the world behind?
Scooter with Move Your Ass.
Move your ass.
It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Force! You keep the spirit alive! Come on! Kick it, kick it, kick it, yeah!
Vlammen and Braxas with Good to Go. Oh, another fun fact about this track from Vlammen and Braxas. This was a theme song of a Dutch movie called Alles naar de Kloten. It was a movie from 1996. And yeah, this is pretty much the theme song for the movie.
wanna be a gabber, baby.
And now DJ Isaac with I Wanna Be a Gabber.
I don't wanna hear a happy song. I wanna party all night long. I wanna cut off all my hair. I wanna be a gabber, baby. I don't wanna hear a happy song. I wanna party all night long. I wanna cut off all my hair. I wanna be a gabber, baby. Right, left, 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 right. I don't wanna hear a happy song. I wanna party all night long.
And now this is the last one from the Happy Hardcore Golden Age. This is Body Lotion with Always Hardcore. If you know me from my gigs and you see me live playing at Decimal Sounds or wherever, this is pretty much my main theme and also my favorite Happy Hardcore track of all time. Thank you for the mute once again. So once again, that was a huge chunk and a big selection of the hardcore golden years, where happy hardcore was popular, was great, was part of the proud Dutch culture. It were some pretty awesome and great years, great music, and this is also part of my culture and history, and it's also the music that I grew up with. The selection, what you also see, those were the tracks that I listened to quite a lot in the past, and this is part of who I am and who it shaped to me. But of course, after every golden years, there's always also a downfall, because life it never goes up. In a way, it's at one point in life something goes down. And sadly, around 1997, end of 1996, that was also the turning point of happy hardcore and hardcore in general. To die slow death. No, it didn't die slow death. It gained way more popularity, but in a negative way, at least for the real hardcore lovers for us. It's just like what do I say? It's a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is a lot of people suddenly became gabbers, and it was such a hype, because that was it. It wasn't hype. But because happy hardcore was a booming business back then, everybody saw money in it. So, and what happens if people see money? It's going to be oversaturated. And lots of other kind of satires going over there. And eventually they were starting selling the music to children. And they didn't only focus on the hardcore sounds and on the audience that it should be targeted to. No, it was such a craze that they also targeted to children. Let's see. Even though that for the first track that actually came out, what was the downfall of the happy hardcore that we know, I did listen to it, and I am pretty much guilty of being one of those people that actually liked that track. Nowadays it is part of Dutch history, but the next track what I am going to play, that is the start of the downfall. And which one is this? Is Gabbertje from Akkebar.
Tering, het kriebelt.
Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Daar is Gabber met zijn kaal geschoren kop. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Zoals te zien heb je al 100 billen op. Ik hou van lekker hakken, ik luister nooit naar raad. Om me bij de hand te grappen, maakt iedereen zich kwaad. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Daar is Gabber met zijn ingevallen kop. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Op een scooter met zijn gabber achterop. Ik stuiter door het leven, ik ga nooit niet naar bed. En in mijn nieuwe Aussie ga ik als een raket. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Daar is Gabber in zijn dure trainingspak. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Jongen, wat staat die grote strak?
Ga hard man, keihard ga ik man. Gaaf man, hey, tering. Flip man, ik flip helemaal man.
Je vader was helemaal achterlijk van dat gehak en gebuik van je. En het is normaal, het astronautenvoer is nergens goed voor, mafkees.
Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Daar is Gabber met zijn kaal geschoren kop. Daar is Gabbertje, rare Gabbertje. Zoals te zien heb je al 100 pillen op. Ze zeggen dat ik slecht ben, maar ik heb nog niets gemist. En nog een jaar zo doorgaan, dan lig ik in mijn kist. Daar is Gabbertje,
Ik zeg 2 uur thuis. Bedoel ik natuurlijk niet 2 uur 's middags. Kale zombie. En haal die zonnebril weer voor hem, idioot.
Waar is Gabbertje? Rare Gabbertje. Waar is Gabber met zijn koude schone kop? Waar is Gabbertje? Rare Gabbertje. Zoals te zien heb je 100 pillen op. De meeste discotheken, die kom ik niet meer in. Maar in dat soort geneuzel heb ik sowieso geen zin. Waar is Gabbertje? Rare Gabbertje. Waar is Gabber met zijn ingevallen kop?
Rijvis van Mietjes.
Waar is Gabbertje? Rare Gabbertje. Op een scooter met zijn gabber achterop.
Zo, dat is lekker glad.
Oh yeah. Why is this a downfall? Well, the biggest reason is Hakkebar, especially the singer that you see in this track. He is a stand-up comedian, Ruben van der Meer. And he and his team, they made a mock-up of everything what the gabber is and what the gabber stands for. Already in the normal media, gabbers are not really socially accepted because they only party and they do drugs. But the thing is, they mocked up everything what a gabber stands for. They are mocking that gabbers take a lot of drugs and they are crazy, they are stupid, and yeah, you know. And as you hear the tunes, it's really socially acceptable. A lot of people like it, and especially children, because children, you listen to like the Spice Girls. They were singing about sex, and a 7-year-old girl and a boy they sing. They don't know shit. But this is the same with Hakkebar when in Gabbertje. Yeah, you know, it's a catchy tune, and children liked it, and that was also the big boom of hardcore, of at least of the gabber culture. Suddenly, almost every child out there and every teen out there, they suddenly wore Nike Maxis, Australian Orcafello tracksuits. Yeah, people were shaving their head bald, and everybody was suddenly a gabber. At this moment, even within the gabber culture, there are two sides. You have the real hardcore side, that they wanted to keep the hardcore really to themselves, and tell that hardcore was such. It's really a serious. How you call it? It's a serious stroming. How you say that? Stroming. What is that? It's a serious. I forgot the English word for that. Okay, it's a serious music style, and on the other hand, you know, it's a growing culture, and those gabbers, they tell those people that they are zwabbers, fake gabbers. Scene. Thank you. So you know, with Gabbertje, this is the first track that came out there. It was okay because it was funny. It is. Even the gabbers say, yeah, it's true. That's what we are. So, fine. So, okay, you know, it's cool. But it didn't stop with Gabbertje. There is... if there is one person that really destroyed the gabber scene, and that one, I would nominate Gabber Piet with Hakken en Zagen. Hakken en Zagen is it's another mock-up, but also using some using a tune of a begin 80s, late 70s children's show called Peppy and Cocky. So I am going to show you guys the Peppy and Cocky intro first, and then after we are going to the Gabber Piet. Pretty much the soul and the soul destroyer of hardcore in general.
Toet toet, boing boing, Kokkie en Peppy. Peppy en Kokkie, hopla eruit. Allebei opstaan, hey haasje rappie. Kokkie en Peppy, opstaan luier Peppy. Toet, boing, boing, Kokkie en Peppy. Samen ontbijten, Kokkie maakt brood. Peppy een eitje, Kokkie een doppie. Maak koppie koppie, tok 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 tok. Toet, boing, boing, Kokkie en Peppy. Centjes verdienen, hup naar de bal. Kokkie een schop en Peppy een scheppie. Peppy zegt hoe kom en Kokkie een knal. Boing, boing, toet, toet, Peppy en Kokkie. Peppy en Kokkie. Peppy en Kokkie. Peppy en Kokkie. Peppy en Kokkie.
Zagen en hakken, hopla eruit. Een Aussie en toppie, geen haar op mijn koppie. Hakken en zagen, wat een geluid. Toet, toet, boing, boing, hakken en zagen. Zagen en hakken, hup naar het bal. Kijk, ze is hard gaan, strak als een aanstaan. Die mag van meloenies, hier in de hal. Toet, toet, boing, boing, hakken en zagen. Zagen en hakken, hoor je die beest? Ik voel me wappie, bij ieder klappie. Dat is lekker vreed man, ben jij al geweest? Hi man, hoest. Hey, kan je me misschien vertellen wat de ingang is? Ja, er staat buiten een stadsbus, lijn 4. Daar moet je in gaan zitten. Dan breek je naar de ingang. Pannenkoek. Hey, hoe lang duurt die reis man? 20 uur? Tering, zo kort. Hey man, ik moet wel met licht thuiskomen, anders herkent mijn moeder me niet in de donker. Zwabber. Toet, toet, boing, boing. 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 Hakken en zagen, zagen en hakken, hopla eruit. En nou zie je toppie, geen haar op mijn koppie. Hakken en zagen, wat een geluid. Toet, toet, boing, boing, hakken en zagen. Zagen en hakken, hup naar het bal. Kijk, ze is hard gaan, strak als een aanstaan. Die mag van meloenies, hier in de hal. Shit, hebben ze weer die waterkranen dichtgedraaid. Die ring moet ik weer uit de sloot zuigen. Word helemaal gek hier al. Hey, hou me even tegen het licht aan. Kan ik zien of mijn hart nog klopt. Boing, boing, hakken en zagen. Zagen en hakken, hoor je die beest? Ik voel me wappie, bij ieder klappie. Dat is lekker vreed man, ben jij al geweest? Toet, toet, boing, boing. Toet, toet, boing, boing. Toet, toet, boing, boing.
So yeah, that was Gabber Pete with Hakken en Zagen. It's an interesting fact what DJ Blake said. Of course you can argue because it was this kind of music that actually spread out to other countries, because it's anybody that doesn't live in the Netherlands or in Germany, they know more of these kind of tracks than the more serious ones. For the Dutch gabber culture, what Gabber Pete did was a real mock-up, because he was actually one of the gabbers, and then he is mocking the whole scene and the whole community. Yeah, and of course, he got disliked, and people were actually threatening him, and said that he is a zwabber himself. And what is also funny, that in this track he was mocking a fake gabber, but everybody was mocking him for being a fake gabber. So yeah, that's a part of Gabber history. But it didn't even stop there. So let's go on to even worse. So, are you ready for this? Dus gabber wijfie with klappers in je handjes. And once again, yet another child song.
Op je boze bolletje, allebei. Klappen! Laten zien je handjes, blij, blij, blij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Handjes in de hoogte, handjes in je zij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Ik woon hier in een plaatsje waar iedereen me kent. En vrijdags in het weekend ga ik naar een hakkentent. Klappen in je handjes, blij, blij, blij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Handjes in de hoogte, handjes in de zij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Ik sta er in de ronde en scheuren wij op los. En na een aspirietje ben ik helemaal de klos. Klappen in je handjes, blij, blij, blij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Handjes in de hoogte, handjes in je zij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Goed neuzen. Nee ma, ik slik helemaal niks. Origineel waar, lint op mijn ogen. Klappen! Tering en naad, man. Ik weet mijn eigen telefoonnummer niet eens meer. Ik sta helemaal krijgen strak. Klappers in je handjes, blij, blij, blij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Handjes in de hoogte, handjes in je zij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Ze noemen me een reefteef en ook een gabbersnol. Spacebril op mijn ogen, deze zoekers slaat op hol. Klappers in je handjes, blij, blij, blij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Handjes in de hoogte, handjes in je zij. Op je vatenbolletje, allebei. Ga ik hard, man. Jezus, wat ga ik hard, man. Tyfus, hé, wat een vette beest. Ik sta helemaal te ontwinnen hier, oh, flippen, man.
Okay, there is something I need to confess. Even though that I did said that this is a mock-up, I actually bought the single. So yeah, yeah, this is something that I, it's also part of Dutch history, and I was also a part of them. They was made in 1997, so back then I was 14 years old. So yeah, see. And then we still have one more, and this is pretty decent, and it's Hakkebar with Super Gabber.
Toen ik nog een hele kleine gubbekop was, was ik de pisbal van de klas. Ik werd veel meer geplaagd en gepest omdat ik anders dan hun was. Ze scholden me altijd voor alles uit en ik hoorde niet bij de rest. Ha, maar nu heb ik scheid aan iedereen, want Supergabber is de best. Ik ben kaal dan kaal, strakker dan strak, vrede dan vreed, verder dan ver. Supergabber! Strak, strak in mijn training. Kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen strak, strak in mijn trainingspak, pak. Kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen.
Doe dat petje af en je ogen open, kale sukkel.
Ik krijg die beat niet uit mijn kop. Ik krijg die beat niet uit mijn kop.
School is voor mij de juiste plaats om lekker bij te komen. Ze lullen de oren van mijn kop, maar ik zit de hele dag te dromen. Helemaal klaar met dat slappe gezeik. Nee, dat maakt me echt niks wijs. Ha, 1000 kale koppen in een grote
Supergabber!
Strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen.
Dat continent heet niet Aussie, dat heet Australië. Zou meneer de Supergabber zo vriendelijk willen zijn om even wakker te worden en voor de klas te verschijnen? Of heeft hij het weer te druk gehad dit weekend?
Strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen strak in mijn trainingspak, kijk eens hoe ik hak, lekker uit mijn dak. Tot in de vroege morgen.
Als ik dit weekend overleef, dan zien jullie me maandag weer, hè? Later.
Jesus Christ. Again. Okay, once again. Okay, even though that this track, what you saw, heard before and saw before, there was the downfall of the happy hardcore. It's and also the happy hardcore scene was so oversaturated. On one hand, you had the Thunderdome CDs out there, and you also have the Masters of Hardcore CDs. There was more dedicated to the real hardcore sounds. But also during this time, one of the biggest Dutch record labels called Arcade Music, they released several CDs that was really dedicated to kids, like Hakken voor Kinderen, Hakken voor Kids. Hollands Hakken, and every time with it was some kind of mock-up and these kind of tracks. So yeah, as you can also imagine, during that time I did listen to Supergabber and to Gabberwijfie, like what you saw that I had actually have the singles for it. I never bought those kids CD because, you know, there's one thing to buy a single, but to buy a whole CD with all this kind of music, that ain't for me. So yeah, during this time, happy hardcore and the hardcore culture just steadily went down. At least it got more oversaturated for the happy hardcore and the fake hardcore scene. That it really pressed down the actual hardcore scene. But also during this time there was another hardcore warrior out there that he wanted to show the people what real hardcore was. And this pioneer is also DJ Roughneck. Well, what did he did? He did release two tracks, one under the name of Juggernaut and the other name under Night Vision. And here he wanted to show the Dutch audience what real hardcore is. So we are going to listen to these two tracks, and yeah, he tried to save the scene to tell everybody, yeah, what hardcore really is. And then after we are going to listen to 3 other tracks. Oh, by the way, the track what you hear in the background, it's a track from Thunderdome number 8, if I remember correctly. Disguise clown? The clown in disguise. Oh, just a little fact. So, yeah, here's Juggernaut with Roughneck Rules the Hardcore Scene. Yeah. Also, back then, this track was pretty much one of the hardest that ever came on Dutch television. It didn't score pretty high in the Dutch charts. I think it came somewhere in the 28 or so, in the high 20 numbers. And now, Night Vision with The Search for Marijuana.
Searching for my reason, I had some marijuana. I needed to get higher. I was standing in the corner. I was searching for my reason. I had some marijuana. I needed to get higher. I was standing in the corner. I was searching for my reason. I had some marijuana. I needed to get higher. I was standing in the corner. I was searching for my reason. I needed to get higher.
Oh, and one little sort of mock-up track from MC Rage with Fuck the Macarena. Oh no, sorry. The Macarena.
Oh yeah, here we go. Hardcore. Sorry, motherfuckers, dance the Macarena. Could it be that everybody's gonna kinda insane, huh? Everybody, yeah, but hates the Macarena. Fuck the Macarena. Hi. Sorry, motherfuckers, dance the Macarena. Could it be that everybody's gonna kinda insane, huh? Everybody, yeah, but hates the Macarena. Fuck the Macarena. Hi. Sorry, motherfuckers, dance the Macarena. Could it be that everybody's gonna kinda insane, huh? Everybody, yeah, but hates the Macarena. Fuck the Macarena. Hi. Sorry, motherfuckers, dance the Macarena. Could it be that everybody's gonna kinda insane, huh? Everybody, yeah, but hates the Macarena. Fuck the Macarena. Hi. Fuck the Macarena. Come on. Fuck the Macarena. Everybody. Fuck the Macarena. Loud. Fuck the Macarena. Hi. They call me macaroni, and the girls say my dick's so bony. They don't want me, they laugh at me, and they come and throw up beside me. Spit on me, point at me, and if they could, they'd probably kill me. Sorry, motherfuckers, dance the Macarena. Could it be that everybody's gonna kinda insane, huh? Everybody, yeah, but hates the Macarena. Fuck the Macarena. Oi!
Now Marshall Masters with I Like It Loud.
We're gonna get some fucking asses tonight, cause we got a brand new bag of tricks. So, yo, Marshall, bring the melody. Yeah, boy. Alright, sing. I want the people sing it out. We go like yeah. I'm gonna sing the melody now. Check me sing it. Check me sing it.
song. Oh, this song.
And also America felt the the death of hardcore. So Rob G, he also wanted to try something.
To get my pay, cause it was Friday. Sat at my desk, waiting for the bell. As soon as
With Rob G, Ecstasy, you got what I need.
just that day, everything was going wrong. And even Plum and Hammond, they became real long. Went to the club to find my friend. It's only been a week since I last seen him. Oh, it makes me feel like I'm on a vacation. Oh, it doesn't give me a good sensation. $25 hanging out with my buddy, but I don't care, cause he worth the money. You know it makes me happy, when it makes me feel mad. He can even make me feel right, even when I'm sad. When I look for my friend, he will be next to me, cause he's a little white pill called ecstasy. That's right, this song isn't about a person, it's about a little pill called ecstasy. And that's why I go to sing this song. And it goes like this. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. Oh, ecstasy, you got what I need to make me feel right, and to make me feel nice. And what goes better with a little ecstasy than some hardcore gabber by me, Rob G. So for all you people Xing out there, ecstasy.
Yeah, and that was Rob G with Ecstasy, You Got What I Need. Okay, these 4 or 5 tracks that I just played before, those were, the artists that were trying to save the hardcore scene. But sadly, they failed. Because starting from 1998, the whole gabber culture was divided between the real gabbers and the cool kids, let's say that. But also, the whole gabber culture wasn't always the best kid from the class. It was always the outcast, even through the media. And also during this time, the media, I wouldn't say make a mock-up. The media made a widespread story about that the gabber culture has a lot of drug users in there, which is true, but which scene wasn't, and also that a lot of racism was in there. A lot of because of the bald-headed people, they were called skinheads, and neo-Nazis and whatever. Yeah, and suddenly between 1998 and actually in 1 year, 1998 and 1999, the whole gabber culture pretty much died and went into how you call it, went into exile, I think. As nobody ever, as I think hardcore died, the whole Gabber culture died. And yeah, that was pretty much the end of, the end of that era. Oh, wait.
Ah, okay.
Night. So yeah, what? Yeah, so sadly, like I said, that was the pretty much the end of the whole Gabber culture that we knew back then. So yeah, this is also pretty much the story about the birth and the death of hardcore between 1988 and 1999/2000. I hope you guys like this show, because it took me quite a while to find all this information. Although I do know a lot of information already from so long ago, I just need to do some extra. How you call it? Some extra research, just to make sure that my stories are still up to date. So yeah, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed it, and of course I still have at least 2 more videos to show. Even though that I said that the hardcore culture died, yes, but there was the old hardcore culture. But because something died, it will not say that it really died out. Like, instead of tens of thousands of hardcore lovers that suddenly went back to, I don't know, like 2,000, 3,000. Those people stayed true to the core, and they created something new, something from their own experiences, and like DJ Plague just said before, for every death there's a new rebirth. And the rebirth of hardcore started in 2000, but another kind of hardcore. But of course, that's a story for another time, because that is also a huge ass story. But what I do want to show you guys is one track. It's from 2003, and that is also pretty much the very first hardcore track in 5 years' time that actually went into the Dutch television. So let's listen to that one.
Even through the darkest hour. No life a living hell.
So yeah, that was DJ Paul Elstak with a Hardcore State of Mind. It's a track from 2003. As you can hear, during those times, from 2000 2003, hardcore was pretty much dead to most of the audience. But as I also said before, DJ Paul Elstak was there in the beginning. He started with Holy Noise, and then with his DJ Paul Elstak, he became big, and also on that moment he was the godfather of hardcore. But he proves it again with the track what you just heard before with Hardcore State of Mind. As you can hear, the music is different, it's more aggressive, and don't see anything back from the past. It's a new beginning. It's darker, it's harder, and it shows that hardcore isn't dead. But like I said before, there's a whole other story for another time. But to go back to the happy hardcore, we're now in 2021. And it's crazy, but the tracks what you hear before, it's now pretty much acceptable because it's part of Dutch culture and Dutch history. So it's good or bad, it's fine. If you go to festivals like DEF CON, then you can also hear this kind of happy hardcore tracks, or especially in the 90s parties over here, you definitely hear like Hakkebar or Paul Elstak, and this kind of tracks. And let's talk about happy hardcore. Even though that happy hardcore did die here in the Netherlands, it's great to see that happy hardcore did lived on in the UK, America, and in the UK, in the US, and also in Japan. Happy hardcore became big, became a great phenomenon between the scenes, and thus also as J-Core was born as well. They carried on the torch and they perfected it. They made it better than what it was. So it's a full style, full game back. Oh, and Banana, thank you very much for joining here into this show. I hope you enjoyed today, and hopefully see you tomorrow at Gabber Disco Night Live. Good night. So what I did notice in the last 2 or 3 years, that happy hardcore is returning back here in the Netherlands. It became more acceptable, and happy hardcore is becoming more mainstream nowadays. As you might know, Darren Styles. He's one of the UK hardcore pioneers out there, and he introduced together with Datwikas with Tweakacore, and they're slowly dominating with that music scene over here. So anyway, good night, Banana. So I'm gonna play one more track, and then I think we are going to stop the stream soon. So, and of course after I need to do talk some little other kind of stuff. So here is Paul Elstock featuring New Kids with Turbo. It's a track from 2010 and it's also a soundtrack of a movie called New Kids Turbo.
Meneer, dat is de DJ Paul Elstak, jongen. En hij is hem echt. Kijk hem staan. Hey.
En dan ga je zin op de rennen, of wat? Wat?
Een aantal mannen uit Maaskant. Maaskantje.
Maaskantje, bij den Dungen, weet je wel? Niemand komt aan Maaskantje!
Hey Paul, jongen, kut. Gooit die turbo er eens in dan?
DJ Paul, DJ Paul!
And that was
Is everybody on the floor?
That was DJ Paul Elstock. Yeah. So that was DJ Paul Elstock with New Kids. Am I still playing this shit or not? Yeah. Wait, just a second. Where is the music coming from? So Oh yeah, okay. Once again, there was a DJ Paul Elstock with Kids and Turbo. So yeah, like DJ Paul, DJ Plague just also said, it might look like a mock-up of the Gabber culture. Somehow it did, but this is more a mock-up of the Gabber culture of in the past. And yeah, we're living in 2020, and everybody knows that the hardcore scene is pretty much one of the biggest scenes here in the Netherlands, and it's so totally different now than in the past. So yeah, I think this is pretty much it for today's history lesson about the birth and death of the happy hardcore that we knew in the past. If you guys are interested, I might do another show in the future, and I'll talk about the hardcore culture between 2000 and now. So if you guys want to see more of this, come over to my Discord at discord.io/Neodash or /JCoLive, and then chat over there. And if you guys want a show, just say that you want another show, and then you can plan one in. Next week we are going to have our regular Jaco show again. So I have no idea what we are going to do next week. I did have something planned, but I need to message some people for an interview if they are still up for it. Hopefully, of course. So, and if not, then we are going to do another Jaco Live show. Talking about Jaco Live, upcoming Saturday. A little bit too much air. Upcoming Saturday we have our J-Core Live Full Throttle. Yeah, just in case you don't know what J-Core Live Full Throttle is, let me see, where is the... let me play the trailer again. So this is the J-Core Live Full Throttles next week, Saturday. So yeah, upcoming Saturday we have the J Live Full Throttle. It's a 10 or 11 hour live stream here on this channel. It starts at what time was it? 1 o'clock UK time. So that is 1 o'clock UTC plus 0. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. There are 11 artists playing over there, while Super Your Jimmy's playing. Howling Neko is over there. Roundwave Crusher, Red Ogre, Power to All. So what was it again? Savage Station Number Dub, Rough Screams. I forget. I am forgetting somebody else. What? Oh yeah, Cheesecake is over there as well. My wife is actually in bed and she's telling me which artists are playing over there. So that's bad. Oh yeah, Redacted is over there as well. Oh yeah, another kind of promotion. Where is it? Also for tomorrow, it's the last month of the last Tuesday of the month, and that means that tomorrow we're gonna have another Gabber Disco night live. It starts at 8 o'clock UK time. And of course, we are going to have an interview with the Speed Freak, Stormtrooper, Crisis, and Acid video. DJ Plague, yeah. It is true that I did invented the term J-core. I have spoken about it in the very first show. It's a long story. And also Brainy can verify it as he heard it from Sharpno himself. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh yeah, next week Tuesday. No, it's not next week Tuesday. I'm gonna talk about that next week. Yeah, if you haven't done so yet, you can also follow me and subscribe to me on the channels here on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. You can find me on Neodash Zerox. If you really want to see some Jayco Live stuff, you can see Jayco Live on Facebook and on YouTube. If you want to join the chat and the community, we have an awesome chat going on at discord.io/Neodash or Jayco Live or Gabber Disco or CSR Terror. So you can type in that link that you can come to the Discord channel that we have. It's an awesome community. I also have a Patreon going if you want to support me even more at patreon.com/Neodash. Some merchandise available at shop.spreadshirt.net/JCL of NDX JCL. Or if you do exclamation point merch, then you can find it over there. Yeah, as for now, I think I have covered everything. Power to all. Nice work on the scene changes. The scene changes, I actually bought it because I didn't have time to make something myself, and I needed to have something quickly. So I use this for my other kind of shows for now. Until I have time to make my own. So yeah, is there something else that I need to mention? Oh, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. For me, it's now time to go to sleep and get ready for tomorrow. As tomorrow we have Gabber Disco Night Live, so it's gonna be an awesome show again. Hopefully see you guys upcoming Saturday on Jayco Live Full Throttle. And if not, then hopefully see you guys next week's Monday here on Jayco Live. Same time as today, starting from 8 o'clock. Wanna do a quick shout out to Howling Neko for rating the stream with a lot of people. And also, thank you to Power to All for gifting subs to several people here in the chat. And let's do a quick shout out. Let's do a quick shout out to Superior Jimmy, Rainry, Brainsheet, Howling Neko, Harigato, Power to All. Let's see, what else do we? DJ Plague, Brainsheet, Nonajutsu, Hulady, Harley Diver, Tomsy Arrow Stomp, Cheesecake, Max VS, Verstale Panda, Cheesecake, and that's pretty much everybody that I see here on the chat. Oh, and this one goes out to So, Is there somebody else that we can raid right now? Let's see. Somebody online. I haven't checked out. Or hell, there's nobody online. There's seriously nobody online here on my Twitch channel. So yeah, I think then we are not going to raid anybody. Well, guys, I would say stay safe in these crazy times and stay clean. And most of all, stay hardcore. Thanks for today. It was a huge privilege and a lot of joy for me to do this show for you guys today. I hope you guys have enjoyed all the stories what I told about hardcore. It's of course it's from my own point of view. Some other kind of person might tell another story. But like I said, this is my point of view and this is the research of what I have done for myself. And yeah, hopefully see you either tomorrow, Saturday, or next week. So everybody have a good week. This is Neodash Zerox out.